At this time, I'd like to call to order the CPS Energy Board of Trustees special meeting to be held on March 1st, 2021 at 1 p.m. Ms. Shellman, would you confirm a quorum?
Yes, sir, I will. Mr. Steen?
Present.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Hello? Here.
Mr. Kelly?
Present.
Present.
Mayor Nierenberg?
Here.
Dr. Mackey?
Present.
We do have a quorum, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Shellman. At this time, I would like to turn the meeting over to Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Mackey. Good afternoon. My name is Taylor, the CPS Energy Board of Trustees. Thanks you for joining its March 1st special board meeting by teleconference. If you successfully pre-registered to speak during the public comment portion of the agenda, please press 0 on your phone keypad now to be put in the queue to speak. A member of our staff will take your name. When you hear your name during the public comment section, your line will open and you will have 2 minutes to speak. You will hear a chime sound to indicate you have 10 seconds remaining to speak. Again, if you successfully pre-registered to speak, please press 0 on your phone keypad now to be put in the queue to speak. For this meeting, the registration period was on Friday, February 26th, from 7 a.m. until 1 p.m. Please note that if you did not sign up during the registration period or did not provide the required information, then you are not registered to speak today. If your name is not on the registration list, you will not be unmuted to speak during this meeting, even if you press 0 on your phone keypad. Thus, if you did not pre-register, please do not press 0 as a pre-registration was required. And as a reminder for all who speak during this meeting, please remember to identify yourself before speaking. Further, please remain civil and professional while providing your input. If vulgar or inappropriate language is used, the speaker will be muted and forfeit their opportunity to provide any further input during the public comment portion of today's meeting. Please be assured that your input and thoughts are important to management, all employees of CPS Energy, and the Board of Trustees. The Board thanks you for your participation today and is always interested in hearing public comment. And I will now turn the meeting back over to Chair Dr. Mackey.
At this time, we'll have Fred Bonnewell for the safety message.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. Today, we continue to assess the impacts to our operations and community during the most recent extreme weather event. We share the commitment to continuous improvement. Let me take a moment to point out a few things that enabled us to respond during this extreme weather event. A year ago, we realized we had to reimagine how to accomplish our work at the outset of the pandemic. Our senior chief team, along with our president and CEO, decided to consider all employees as essential and divided us up into orange, white, and blue teams so we could transition from some employees working from home, some crews deploying from home, and still some employees working from the office. We have remained in this crisis management mode and have pivoted to continue our support to this community 24/7, 365. The extreme cold, ice, and snow, although were difficult, we persevered to assist our customers and our community. Many of our employees live beyond the city limits and have long commutes. We were able to put some of them up into a sequestration site and in hotels to allow them to catch up on needed rest and not have to drive their vehicles in dangerous road conditions. Their families said, yes, go do what you need to do. With the support of their loved ones, our employees faced the snow, ice, fog, and enduring freezing temperatures. They quickly adjusted to the changing conditions around them. In addition to the support from their families, leaders from the IBEW Local 500 and NAPE Local 219, unions who represent some of our employees, jumped into action to make sure our teams had what they needed to stay focused on serving our customers. We truly appreciate their leadership and their support. We have a lot to learn from the winter weather we experienced just a few weeks ago. However, we are committed to finding ways to keep our teams safer and perform better in adverse weather conditions. Every one of our 3,100 employees are true People First champions. We are, in fact, driven to support this community day in and day out. And from a COVID perspective, we stand today at 125 employees who are quarantined. That is down from 40 a week ago. We have 458 positive cases year to date throughout the pandemic and 0 hospitalizations at this moment. Remember, 0 harm through safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnwell. At this time, I'd like to send the agenda, if it's all pleased, to the rest of the board members. We have Senator Jose Menendez on the line, and we'd like to give him a few minutes. He's Vice President of the Steward Title Guarantee Director of Multicultural Market. He was a House member from 2001 to 2015, and he's a Senate member from 2015 to present. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Dr. Mackey, and thanks to you and to all of the board members for your service to our community. One thing that you didn't mention that I take as the beginning of truly what is the best public service I've had the pleasure and the honor is serving on the City Council, where I got to know a lot of the hard work and the ins and the outs and the value of having our municipally owned utility be owned by the ratepayers. A couple of weeks ago, we all know that we endured the most horrific, disgusting, and completely avoidable week of our history. These, the week, the weather, and some mistakes cost people 32 lives, and that can never and should never be forgotten. Last week, over Thursday and Friday, the 25th and 26th of February, the Senate Business and Commerce Committee conducted a total of 25 hours of hearings to examine the condition, preparedness, and the circumstances that led to the power outages as directed, the controlled powered outages as directed and requested by the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, also known as ERCOT. There has been and there will be plenty of blame to place, and after we hold those necessary accountable, we need to take the steps to ensure that this never happens again. In 1999, we created a market that, in my opinion, was poorly designed. It gives gas providers incentives to increase prices, and in my opinion, and the Wall Street Journal article, deregulation has not helped lower prices. Fortunately for us, we live in a area with a municipally owned utility where we're not exposed to those price increases and still continue to have some of the lowest rates in the state and the nation. The Public Utility Commission of Texas, also known as the PUC, failed in its policymaking, and ERCOT, PUC, and the Railroad Commission failed in their communication. They failed in communicating with each other, evident by the fact that there were gas compression centers and gas production wellheads that ended up having power cut to them. Had they all been talking to each other, that would not have occurred. They failed to communicate clearly with the public, and they failed to communicate clearly with all of the utilities. During this 25-hour hearing, we learned that much about what happened last week's disaster. The ERCOT meteorologist was the first speaker. He warned all market participants, and particularly the people that he works for, the ERCOT management, that the coldest weather of the year, he knew about it as early as February 3rd. ERCOT did direct the power outages to each MOU, and so for people to understand, ERCOT when they need to shed load, when they need to make sure that the power stays in frequency balance, and they don't have enough generation, then they demand, and every utility has to cut power to its users. And they did that to CPS as they did to many other municipally owned utilities and investor-owned utilities. At that point, the local utilities then select how the outages get distributed across the respective communities using the feeder line system, knowing that they cannot cut power to lines that serve fire stations, police stations, hospitals, etc. Most MOUs, municipally owned utilities, learned after conducting outages that they no longer had enough energy to distribute to their respective grids. Moreover, the grids that were cut off of electricity and water were so large that it shadowed disparities amongst our communities. For example, if an individual was on a grid that held a critical facility, that grid did not turn off. And the grids that were without electricity were seemingly in more lower-income communities. In addition, in selling and distributing natural gas through the winter storm, ERCOT's prices surged more than 10,000%. ERCOT, at the direction of the PUC, raised the price for power to $9,000 per megawatt. Where I don't understand, and we still haven't had it explained, was for a 4-day period when pre-storm prices were on average around $20 a megawatt. Throughout the hearings, many municipally owned utilities were concerned on how they would be paying their bills to ERCOT. Some were taking action to protect their customers from their bills increasing in the immediate future, and however, they are unsure how these bills will be distributed or paid. Some cities that were present, like the city of Garland, reported not to have interruptions in their power generation because of the steps they took to weatherize after the 2011 storm. Here in San Antonio, we are very fortunate to have CPS Energy, as they have been successful because of their diverse portfolio in energy sources. And the reason I say that is that there was a slide shown by ERCOT, because even though the legislature spent much of its time focusing on how renewables were not reliable, the actual data showed that many renewables worked very well throughout the storm, with the exception of one day. ERCOT evidence showed that solar was more reliable than nuclear during the winter storm. Additionally, natural gas did not meet its mark as well. All forms of generation had declines in their production. We should not be running away from renewables, but instead invest and weatherize them just like other states have. TCEQ shared that once the water was turned off, in order to be lifted off any boil water notice, people had to wait at least 48 to 72 hours for water to be tested and deemed safe. As a direct consequence of ERCOT's price and the price gouging that was allowed, people who live in deregulated areas or competitive markets may suffer to see higher bills. And thank goodness that won't happen here in our municipally owned utility. CPS will be exposed to higher natural gas prices due to the spot market, but the good news is that you guys are working hard to make sure that does not impact our ratepayers. I am encouraging CPS to continue to protect our consumers, our ratepayers, and I always look towards alternative routes. One of the things that I have said all along, and I know that others are doing, is they're arguing vehemently with ERCOT. We should be coming together to create solutions. Our constituents should not have to pay for the failure of communication between the PUC, ERCOT, and the Railroad Commission. One of the things that came out from some of the generators that they feel that caused their plants to trip was the precipitous drop in the frequency. As all of you know, the frequency should remain around 60 hertz, and due to the drops, both in the generation and then the load shed, It got as low as 59.3. And if you're at 59.4 for 9 minutes or more, that could literally shut down the whole system for weeks on end, possibly months. It's at that point that they call it a black start that would be required, that has never happened in Texas's history. We were minutes away, 4 minutes or less away from a total blackout. And fortunately, that did not occur because every utility that generates power and sells power was responsible. Every transmission distributor was responsible enough to cut power off, to shed the load, and to keep it that way, even when it was extremely painful. I understand. I have heard. I was one that went 2 or 3 days without power, and understand the frustration, the anger, well justified by many, and how hard it's been for those of you who have been in a position to try to answer the questions. And I will tell you that as of today, it appears that there are many more elected officials calling for the resignation of the PUC leadership and the ERCOT's leadership. I'm not sure if all of the reasoning lies there. I do believe that the load shed could have been handled more smoothly from the ERCOT's decision-making, possibly earlier, before this got worse. This was a unprecedented event, and one that's highly technical. I do think that asking for so much load shed so quickly possibly created more of an imbalance in the frequency. One of the generator CEOs reported that they had problems with their coal generation plant. Another reported that due to low gas pressure in the compression lines, they had some of their natural gas plants trip. And see, these are some of the biggest companies in the world that had problems. Therefore, nothing was working at 100% capacity. So I wanted to come on and explain and help possibly answer any questions, but I wanted to share with all of you what I learned over those 25 hours, because the biggest commitment we have to do is to make a commitment to each other for this never, ever to happen again. But I wanted also to get the word out that for those people who live here, that they have to understand CPS Energy did not do anything to add to the problem. In my opinion, CPS Energy was well prepared and helped in the situation by doing what it had to do when ERCOT asked it to shed load. So at this time, I will stop my comments and answer any questions that I may be with.
Well, Senator Menendez, we have 4 of the board members. If you don't mind, we have at this time I'd open the floor to any board members that'd like to ask the senator any questions or comments.
Yeah, Chair, this is Mayor Nurnberg.
Yes, sir.
Senator, I just wanted to thank you publicly for your leadership in Austin. I know we're entering some uncharted territory, but we do hear you loud and clear, and as far as I'm concerned, we and the city are on the same page with regard to protection of our ratepayers and making sure that the folks that have been suffering through the mess of the last couple of weeks are not also bearing the burden of the cost for repairing it. I think it's incumbent upon all of us to examine what was in our control, own what we can, and then have a mutual commitment to move forward and do the things that weren't done when they could have been done. But thank you very much for your leadership, Senator. We will be staying attached to you as you continue to advocate for our community back up in Austin.
Thank you, Mayor. We have any other board members who would like to make a comment or question? If none, Senator Menendez, I'd like to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to share with us some great information that we need to know and that we need to have in order to move forward. And thank you for sharing with our community, and thank you for all the great work you're doing. Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Dr. Mackey, I appreciate those kind remarks, and I like to once again thank you all for your service. But I want you all to know that at the end of the day, one of the things that I think is critically important for everybody listening is that we all need to stop and thank every single person that went out into that horribly dangerous and frightening weather to work on restoring power for everybody. And there were There were dangerous times, and there were line men and women who were out in these conditions across the state. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, some of them came people who were angry, tried to take it out on these hardworking folks who were just trying to restore power. And we need to stop and think that this is something nobody wanted to go through, and it's something that we will all work hard for it to never happen again. And just let y'all know that we in Austin understand, when we're in Austin, how hard everybody at CPS Energy is working on behalf of the ratepayers. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Senator, and we appreciate it. All the great information that you've shared with us today. And, of course, we do thank our linemen and people that went out to help supply all the electric that they could supply out there on behalf of CPS. And thank you for sharing that with us, too. And at this time, we'd like to move on with the agenda. And we have invocation by Danae Myers.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Mackey. Please bow your heads. We come before you today to give you honor and praise. Thank you for every gift that we have been given. We thank you for the opportunity to come and gather together this day. We ask for your hand of blessing on this meeting of the CPS Energy Board of Trustees. We ask that you would guide and direct our meeting so that it is full of wisdom, productivity, and respect for one another. Thank you for helping us to accomplish our work and our goals this day. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting back over to Taylor.
Thank you. The next agenda item is public comment, which provides an opportunity for members of the public to share thoughts on any of this meeting's posted agenda items. So as a reminder, if you are a pre-registered speaker and have not already done so, please press 0 on your phone keypad now so you can be put in the queue to speak. I'll repeat that again. If you are a pre-registered speaker and have not already done so, please press 0 on your phone keypad now so you can be put in the queue to speak. Here's how the process will work. We will invite pre-registered speakers to speak in the order in which they registered. Speakers should state their first and last name, what organization or group they represent, if applicable, and indicate the agenda item number they are going to speak about. For this meeting, we have 6 registered speakers who will each have 2 minutes to speak. Speakers will hear a chime sound when 10 seconds remain, reminding them to wrap up their comments.
Our first speaker is Sharon Brown, followed by Alejo Peña Soto.
Hello, this is Sharon Brown, and I am a CPS ratepayer, and I reside in Barrett County. Good morning to Dr. Mackey, Mayor Newberg, and Ms. Williams. About 15 years ago, I came to San Antonio, and I was impressed with CPS rebate program. The fact that it was a municipal-owned utility, but I thought in the energy efficiency and renewable energy world that it could be a little bit more comprehensive. So I started to attend lunches with Milton Lee, Dewell Beneby, and Mrs. Williams, always whispering clean energy and the necessity. Since then, both Mrs. Williams and Chris Euster went with me to a fuel cell plant in Sacramento, California, to embrace where that technology could help in CPS. Dr. Mackey and I engaged in solar for the schools in Judson, and I worked with the San Antonio colleges, and it created the William Morris Thinking Eco Center. And also I do tip my hat to CPS for the 400 megawatt solar farm that's been a catalyst to large-scale utility solar farms globally and nationally. So as a solutions person that I've spent my career in RE and EE, I am available for some of my experience to move forward. Mrs. Williams and I talked about that a few months ago, and we can move forward with that at our earliest convenience. And also Mayor Newberg who have met on several occasions, I like to stress the importance of a bond program for multifaceted rehabilitation of housing of the city of San Antonio. And I have to cut up pretty quick. And all the best to Chris Euster. I'm going to miss you around Texas. And let us move forward, and I'm available at any time. Thank you all, and be safe, and God bless you.
Thank you for your input. A quick reminder, if you pre-registered to speak today and have not already done so, press 0 on your phone keypad to be placed in the queue to speak. Our next speaker is Alejo Peña Soto, followed by Ben Harrison.
Hi, my name is Alejo Peña Soto. I've been a resident of San Antonio for all 18 years of my life. I'm also a student in San Antonio, a high school senior, and I should be in class right now, but unfortunately, the climate crisis has already impacted the youth of San Antonio in a way that cannot be ignored. And as someone who loves this city, I'm really worried about what our leadership is doing in terms of responding to the climate crisis. Claiming that what happened 2 weeks ago was unexpected and could have been avoided when we've seen other parts of Texas weatherize better than us and handle it better. And when we've seen climate crisis and climate disasters like Hurricane Harvey and others ravage Texas for decades now, it seems like there's a disconnect between leadership and an understanding of what happened. And we've heard from leadership saying that we'll do better and we're making plans, but actions speak much louder than words. And I think when you look at the plans, especially as someone who is worried about the future generations of San Antonio, decisions to favor net zero plans over 100% renewable energy plans, not wanting to close down the Spruce coal plants by 2030 when in actuality, if we do not do that, who knows what the future of the city will look like. And so I just encourage this board to really prioritize servicing our communities and remembering that utilities are not about profit. They're about helping our community, lifting them up, and giving back to that community. And with that, I applaud you all. I know that ERCOT had some issues, but our city leaders need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Ben Harrison, followed by John and Patricia Strong. As a reminder, if you pre-registered to speak today and have not already done so, press 0 on your phone keypad to be placed in the queue to speak. Doesn't look like we have Mr. Harrison on the phone. So next we'll go to John and Patricia Strong, followed by Summer Massey. Next, we will go to Summer Massey, followed by John Joseph. Also, it doesn't look like we have them on the phone. So next, we will go to Summer Massey, followed by John Joseph. Ms. Massey is also not on the line. So next, we will go to John Joseph. Alejo Peña Soto was our last registered speaker. I will now turn the meeting back to Chair Dr. Mackey.
Thank you, Taylor. At this time, we would like to move to the procurement item. Number 5, A, professional services, spruce plant, draining pond owners, engineering services, and B, general services, utility location and marking. At this time, what I like to do instead of questions and comments, I like for our board members to make a motion and a second, and then we can go into questions, and comments. Do we have a motion on the table?
This is Trustee Kelly. I'll move approval.
Do we have a second? Trustee Kelly made the motion. Do we have a second? Okay, this is Dr. Mackey. I second the motion. Does the board have any discussions before we vote? Any questions or comments before we vote?
This is John Steen. We're not going to have a presentation on this?
At this time, no. Not at the beginning, but now you can do a presentation now.
Well, we're going to do it. We got to do the presentation.
Yes, we can do that. Yes, during this time, we had at the last board meeting, Frank Alvarez and Fred Bonnewell did the presentation. This is the same item we had at the last board meeting. Do y'all need the presentation again?
That was my point, Dr. Mackey. We went over this in quite a bit of detail at the last board meeting, so that's the reason I went ahead and suggested we move forward. Now, if there are other items to be considered, I'd like to hear those, but I thought we discussed that in quite a bit of detail at the last meeting.
We did, and I'm sorry, we did, and we have a motion by Mr. Kelly, a second by Dr. Mackey. Do we have any other questions or comments? If not, then Ms. Shellman, would you please do a roll call?
Yes, sir. Mr. Steen? Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Nuremberg?
Yes.
I'll go back to Mr. Steen. Mr. Steen, do you want to vote on this item? Dr. Mackey, are you in favor?
Yes. Ms. Shellman, I think I was muted. This is John Steen, yes.
All right, then. Thank you. Dr. Mackey, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Shellman. The motion passes 5-0 for procurement 5A and 5B. At this time, we'd like to suspend the agenda for short-term financial strategy to the end of the after closed session, because I think this is the item that we're going to be discussing. Am I right, Ms. CEO Go-Williams?
Yes, sir. I think it would be helpful to hear all the other presentations before we do that, and we can do it at the very end, sir.
Is that okay with board members? Okay. If that's okay, then we'll move to item number 7, fiscal year 2021 COVID-19 financial impact as of January 31st, 2001. Mr. Gold.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, members of the board. I'm here today to present for you the financial results for the period for the fiscal year ended January 31st, 2021. My presentation begins on PDF page 99, and as a note, I will mention that these financial results, while they reflect the full year, our fiscal year 2021, these are still preliminary and unaudited. The external auditors will be working to audit these financial results over the next few weeks, at which time then the audited financial results will be presented to the board in April. I'll go ahead and move to PDF page 100. Our objectives and takeaways today is to highlight the financial performance and our metrics for our recently completed fiscal year 2021. Moving to PDF page 101, the items that I'll cover today will look at our electric sales. We'll have a discussion about our customer receivables, also look at our net income for the year, our flow of funds, and then in the presentation discussing our key financial metrics. If you would move to PDF page 102, this is a look on a full year basis at our electric sales by customer segment. We've been looking at this information throughout the year, and as we end the year, I thought I would go through and cover the full year results of what we saw as a result of the impacts that we saw primarily from COVID in 2021. And what I would really highlight for you here is if you look at some of the sectors, like the churches and services, educational services, hotel and food services, you can see that usage in those sectors was down 10 or more %. And we also had usage down in other sectors such as manufacturing and retail. However, there was an offsetting impact in usage from our residential sector. And with residential accounting for approximately 43% of our sales, it provided a partial offset to the reduction in usage in these other commercial and industrial sectors. Overall, for the year, our electric sales compared to budget were down 2.2%. I'll move to PDF page 103. And here I'd like to talk a little bit about our customer receivables. One of the things that we did as we saw the impacts from COVID starting, to impact our community is we went to temporarily suspending disconnects. And as of today, we still are suspending disconnects. And we did that to help our customers. We knew that the impacts of COVID had significant impacts on our communities. People had lost their jobs or were being furloughed and struggled to make payments. And so we did a number of things to help our customers through this difficult period, and we continue with these today. I mentioned suspending disconnects. Some of the other things that we did, we suspended late fees for our customers. We connected our customers with resources that could help them with bill assistance. For customers that wanted to, try to pay their bills, we offered payment plan options to help them make their bill payments. And so we're continuing with all of those today. The disconnection, suspending of disconnects, is not unique to CPS Energy. This was a problem that was felt across the nation with the impacts from COVID. But it was important for us to do this for our customers. But that practice of suspending disconnects had an impact on us financially, and I'll kind of go through that here on the next few slides. We continue to manage through that, and we've been managing it, and we'll continue to do that because we know that it is important. The impacts from COVID are still very much present today, and it's something that we'll continue to do to help our customers. Moving to PDF page 104. So this is a look at our customer receivables. And what we've tried to do here with the bars is try to show what our receivable balances are in total. And you can see that for the last few months that our receivables have averaged or been somewhere between $200 million and $250 million. Receivables are just the amounts that we are owed from our customers. But what I would really highlight for you is a look at the lines. And the lines show a comparison, the current year in blue versus the prior year in orange. And those lines represent the amounts that we call past due receivables. And you can see in comparison year to year, just looking at January, you can see a significant increase from last year where our past due receivables were at about $38 million, or this year at the end of this most recent fiscal year at $93 million. Why is that important? Well, that means that is what we call a reduction in basically incoming cash or liquidity, which is important for us to have for effective operations. We've managed through this. We continue to manage through this. and we're constantly analyzing this. But we're going to be talking to you a little bit later today about some things, some tools that we are proposing to help with managing our liquidity, and you'll hear about that later in the afternoon. I'll move to PDF page 105. This is a look at our net income performance for this most recently completed fiscal year. And again, this is still preliminary and unaudited. We ended the year with net income of $12.4 million compared to a budgeted amount of $3.9 million. If we kind of break it into its components, first I would talk about our revenues for the year. And our revenues, compared to our budget, were down $97.7 million. You can kind of see that in the last column, about 2/3 of the way down. Some of the key drivers for that, those lower revenues compared to budget, I mentioned our electric sales had been lower by 2.2%. As a result of the increase that we saw in customer receivables, the amounts that we have to reserve as a result of that, which we call a reserve for bad debt, was a reduction in revenue of about $46 million. And our wholesale revenues for the year, which we use to help provide additional revenue for us and help us keep our customer bills lower, those were also down by about $38 million as a result of the additional volumes that we had seen, wind volumes in ERCOT back in the summer. The organization responded to these reductions in revenues in a very, very tremendous positive fashion. And as a result of the work that the entire organization did to look at prioritizing expenditures and deferring projects, we were able to reduce our expenses by $106 million to offset that lower revenue numbers. Those reductions in expenses included cost savings associated with labor as we managed unfilled positions. I mentioned deferring projects. And we, as an organization, looked at opportunities all across, including our financing, to help find offsets to those lower revenues. Overall, as I mentioned, our net income for the year was just slightly favorable, but it was really a team effort that got us to this point. Moving to PDF page 106. This is just a look at where we ended the year to the right at $12.4 million for net income compared to our previous projection. You can see that we had unfavorability, small amounts in a number of categories, our operations and maintenance, debt-related expenses. We did have some favorability that offset those from our revenues in the month of January. And as a result, as I mentioned previously, we ended the year at $12.4 million. Moving to PDF page 107, this is a look at our flow of funds. Here I would direct your attention to the middle column. Again, just the second line from the bottom. Our R&R fund additions for the year were at $231 million compared to a budget of $257 million, unfavorable by $26 million. Again, many of the key drivers that I previously discussed, the lower revenues offset by the cost savings, allowed us to achieve these results. And then lastly, I would note that our capital expenditures, again, as we were looking at where we could lower cost, we lowered our capital expenditures by about $61 million compared to our budget for the year. Moving to PDF page 108. This is a look at our financial metrics. Here we had two of our metrics, our adjusted debt service coverage and our days cash on hand. We ended the year at 1.59 times coverage. That was slightly below what we had budgeted at 1.6 times coverage, but above our threshold. We try to stay above that threshold, but finished the year at 1.59 times coverage. Days cash on hand remains strong at 209 days cash on hand, compared to our threshold of 150 days. And then moving to PDF page 109, this is the final metric that we look at, our debt to capitalization. We ended the year with our debt to capitalization at 60.5%, which was favorable. It was below what we had budgeted, slightly above where we ended the last year. Again, this really represented the work by the organization to delay costs, to look at our capital expenditures, allowed us to bring this number in well below what we had budgeted. So with that, I will stop and see if there are any questions that I can answer for the board.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. Do we have any board members who would like to make any questions? Have any questions?
Gary, can you talk about, I think it was slide 6 for you, about the no disconnect policy and the balance? So you stated that the current balance of customer receivables is approximately approaching between $200 and $250 million. Was that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is the total receivable amount. When you kind of look at that in pieces, the part that is reflected on this particular chart, it's part of that green bar. Those are current receivables. Those are people that are within 30 days. So, you send out a bill and they have a little bit of time to pay their bills. So they are current. It is the amount that is, past that 30 days that we have seen an increase year over year.
So, and if I understood correctly, you're saying in the aging receivable, which was 35 days, is 93 million?
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess my question would be, what is the staff intending to propose? And I'm sorry, I want to make sure I'm on because my phone keeps. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. My phone falls asleep. So my question is, what is the staff intending to propose for that balance? I guess my question is, on top of what we owe for the recent winter event, are we also going to be asking, are we going to finance that over a long period of time on top of everything else that's been going on? Will the customers have an additional burden on top of the no disconnect? I hope that makes sense. I'm sorry.
No, that is a good question. So what we're going to continue to do, because we are still, the community is still feeling the effects of COVID. So the suspension on disconnects is still in place. And we're going to continue to monitor that number. Like I said, you can see that it has been growing, but we will continue to monitor it. It's not, the impact of COVID is still being felt in the community. At some point in the future, we'll have to analyze that. One would expect that when, at whatever point in the future that suspension on disconnects is ended, some of those customers will be able to pay. Others may not be able to pay those balances. We'll have to analyze what that impact is at that time in the future.
Yeah, I guess that's a concern. I mean, I understand we're there for people, but to have something, kind of on hold for an extended period of time without an actual suspense date is kind of dangerous, not only for that individual, but even, really, who wants to have a balance that keeps growing, right? And then at the same time know that you're a customer and this is lingering out there. So, I would like to figure out how I know you keep saying we're going to keep evaluating, but now we have to evaluate that on top of the recent event. So this is just this is a lot, especially for people that can't pay their bills. So I just would be very mindful of not allowing that period to linger too long.
Yes, one of the things too that I would mention that we're continuing to do is, have an active outreach to our customers. We're calling our customers and working with them, knowing that they aren't able to pay their bills, to connect them with resources that can help them, whether there is still money either, through the county or through the city's programs to help with bill assistance. We have our residential energy assistance program that can provide some funding. So we're still reaching out actively to these customers to help them, connect them with resources to help them with their bills.
Well, I guess I would encourage for us to somehow be a little bit more aggressive with that, just because of the pending costs that we're actually facing, not going to be facing. So I have another question, and I believe it was on slides 10 and 11. You mentioned that on target with credit rating agency. Can you provide, I believe you mentioned the word guidance on the footnote. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, ma'am. When we talk about the guidance there, we're talking about as we work with the rating agencies, and each of them have different measures that they look at for, evaluating credit rating. Some of that is financial in nature. And these metrics are the key metrics that the rating agencies look at. And they have different levels that they provide feedback on to help you ensure that, you can maintain your credit rating to hit, when you're looking at these metrics. It's important for you to make sure that you stay above these thresholds. And so that's what we provide, these amounts, these threshold amounts. In the conversations and other information we get from the rating agencies, these are what we call the kind of the minimum thresholds. Our target is always to try to stay well above these, or in the case of the debt to capitalization, we want to be below the 60%. And we're continuously evaluating our financial performance to ensure that we are staying, favorable to these thresholds.
My follow-up question would be, if we're working within the guidance, what is the required coverage, and what is that amount?
There is not anything that is required. I mean, we target to stay above these thresholds, but you would not have anything that is required. I mean, the rating agencies wouldn't tell you what's quote required. We will look at making sure that as we plan our budget throughout the year, that we're going to try to achieve these numbers well above these thresholds.
So you're saying that there is no required coverage, that we only operate under guidance, that the credit agency does not have a required coverage, only a guidance that we perform to. So with the disconnect and now the current event and the debt that we're going to incur, my question would be, will our threshold, our current guidance threshold, go below? And if so, what are our options?
If I understand your question correctly, will these fall below our thresholds?
Yes.
We are still gathering information on all of the costs and looking at our options that we have to address those costs. So I think we have to go through and complete that analysis.
Okay, so at this point, we don't know how much we spent buying fuel, right, during this process? We don't have that amount yet?
We have estimates, but we're still evaluating all those costs and looking at those.
I guess my question would be, based on those estimates, is there a strong possibility that this will affect our credit rating?
Ma'am, let me jump in. If we did nothing, yes, ma'am, it would absolutely affect our credit rating. You are seeing across the state, this is Paula Gold-Williams, the CEO. You're seeing credit utilities and members of the industry struggling under this pressure. Some are already declaring bankruptcy, or some of them are, not knowing exactly what to do. We have the ability, because we do have good credit, we do have great tools, we do need to continue to get flexibility. We have the ability to manage through this process, but what we want to do is do what we can to get those prices and costs down lower to a place that is more manageable than where we are today. And we have the best estimates of what we have. We indicate that there's about $200 million in ERCOT charges and up to around $800 million of fuel costs. We are attacking that with every tool that we have, both from a policy standpoint, a regulatory standpoint. We're going to negotiate, and we're going to use all other tools that we can to get that down. So the whole point for our management team is all hands on deck, highest priority ever. We are pulling those costs together, and that's the beauty of municipal power. Municipal power doesn't leave their customers struggling to think about their individual bills. We're coming up with a plan to address this issue, and to your point, Madam Vice Chair, not to let that be something that would cause us to trip all of these targets that we have and thresholds. We're coming up with a plan to protect us through that and to do the best we can to protect our credit rating.
Okay. And do we have an indication of when our payment is due to, and it's ERCOT, correct?
Ma'am, we're continuing to talk and work with ERCOT. We're sending them reasonable amounts of money to satisfy our obligations. We are adjusting our efforts, and we're looking at how well the market is performing, because we don't want to leave ourselves exposed or overexposed to ERCOT, but we do want to be a responsible member and make sure that we support the transactions that need to occur. So we are doing our best to prudently manage those dollars and keep them at the levels that are not excessive.
So my next question, and you mentioned the word bankruptcy, what are the chances of ERCOT claiming bankruptcy?
Ma'am, I don't know, but I will say this. If there is no ERCOT, there will probably have to be an ERCOT 2. And so you need a broker, an air traffic controller that can see everything. Our systems don't extend to all of Texas. And while we have a lot of generation, there are times when we don't, as we experienced a couple of weeks ago. So there will be another entity, or there will be a growth of that into something I think that is more effective. But I think that will be a transition and not a no ERCOT at all and no air traffic controller.
Okay, I have some additional questions, but I'll go ahead and open the floor to my colleagues. Maybe they have other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do we have any board members with any other questions or comments? If not, there's no other questions or comments. We'd like to move this on to item number 8. And Ms. Gonzalez, if you could have Mr. Gold, if you would call Ms. Gonzalez and be able to answer the rest of her questions, and we could move to item number 8, extreme February 2021 weather events. Ms. Gold-Williams, if you could take over this item.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let me get to the right place here. So I am now on PDF page 111. This is actually my CEO report, but I received some very good feedback from all of you, and including Vice Chair Gonzalez, about getting more context from the members of the management team. So what you're going to hear today is a continuation with more, I think, depth and context from what I reported about a week ago, last Monday. And we're going to, overall, again, I want to restate that our goal is to protect our customers, to serve our customers. We've done it for 161 years. We're passionate about it. We do really still say that it was a horrific experience for many in our community to get through that event. And, of course, we have to be self-critical enough to be able to talk about what did we see, and then management is identifying things that we think are opportunities for improvement. But we're not going to stop there. We do understand that there are still needs and questions from the board, still questions and review that has been kicked off from City Council per the mayor's request, and we're going to cooperate with any reviews and requests for information as we go through this process. I think we did have the ability to talk a bit in the dialogue with Vice Chair Gonzalez that our reliability crisis was definitely followed by what we are now experiencing that I call a financial or an affordability tsunami, that, again, we're trying to use all the tools in our toolbox to protect our customers. And so we are holding those costs in our balance sheet as well while we're trying to thoughtfully strategize how we're going to get through this complex environment. We do have tools. We do have alternatives and options. We do have a plan that is under development, and we're getting lots of great counsel from our strategic and financial advisors, and more information is to come on that. So today, though, I think it's all connected, and what we're going to have is a presentation by several members of my direct report team. And if you go to PDF slide 112, you'll see the presenters today. We're going to talk about the energy supply, including our generation portfolio, and Frank Alvarez is going to give us that presentation. And these are actually, the one way to look at this is they're dimensions of what has happened. From the way that we look at it from our energy supply component, one of the key things is watching that weather event come through. And from the moment that we went to teens, single, and negative temperatures to the time that we were coming out of it was a tremendously long time, about 100 hours from that perspective. And that is almost double what we saw in the last major extreme weather event in the winter. And so this was a huge magnitude. And again, Frank's going to go through and give more context about what we saw and how we tried to work on weatherization and other items. You're also going to be able to hear from Paul Barham, who actually oversaw the process relative to managing that massive request for managing outages across the state. And so from that perspective, he's going to look at it from the moment that we had to, what that's called is load shed, where we're taking our energy and it's affecting customers, and we're having to cut that power so that we can stabilize the grid. A horrible experience. But just for context, this time when the management of the weather outage, the outage process was about a 70-hour event, and the last time it was probably less than 10 hours. So this kind of starts to tell you that when you look at different dimensions, there are a lot of things going on, and you'll be able to hear from the team from that perspective. Fred Bonniwell is going to talk about how we did things to focus on fleet and the gas operations, which were definitely affected by the flow of natural gas, and other dimensions around that and safety. And Rudy's going to talk about the perspective of how we communicated. We definitely monitored what we did relative to the rest of the state. And while we absolutely know that there are always things that we can do, and we definitely want to do some very critical things in terms of how we communicate more proactively, we were on the right track. And we have opportunities there that we're going to dig into quite quickly. And then the last person that's going to talk today is Vivian Boye. And Vivian's going to talk about the technology and the communication systems around that. With that, I would like to move pretty forward pretty fast, and just realize that when you go to PDF slide 114, those anchoring pillars are important, but we're going to focus primarily on the reliability aspects of what we did. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Frank Alvarez, and you will be on slide 115.
Okay, thank you, Paula. I appreciate that introduction, and thank you to our trustees for giving me an opportunity to speak with you about the energy supply aspect of the extreme weather event that we are just coming out of. Of course, I'm Frank Alvarez. I'm speaking to you for the first time today as our Chief Power, Sustainability, and Business Development Officer. On slide 116, you'll see our objectives. The first is to review our seasonal weather readiness efforts, and then to talk about the magnitude of the February weather, and finally to take a moment to take stock of the benefits and challenges with all energy technologies. That's going to be a theme here, that nothing was unscathed. On slide 117, you'll see the agenda. It just really supports those objectives and takeaways. So I'll move along to the next slide, page 118 on the PDF. Now, there's a lot of words in this page, and I'm not going to walk you through all of it, but suffice it to say that this is our seasonal readiness program for power generation, and it is what we use in advance of our winter run, and that's the December through February time frame, and our summer run, the May through September time frame. It represents the accumulated experience of all of the dedicated operators and engineers, technicians, and employees at the power plants, and the many, many years that they bring to the table, as well as detailed and robust industry collaboration. And finally, it incorporates the lessons learned that we've experienced after extreme events, including the lessons that we learned from the 2011 weather event. Moving on to slide, page 119. Sometimes I think visuals are useful, and I particularly like these three pictures here. The large picture in the center is out Rio Nogales, our natural gas combined cycle plant, and it's an example of how we maintain a situation that keeps the frigid air and those winter temperatures out of important parts of the plant. There's a lot of piping here, there's instrumentation panels, and it's really critical that we put up this plastic sheathing over scaffolding, and we have a heater in the middle there that provides external heat to keep these important components functioning properly. Over to the right, the top bubble is a picture of our plant operators who are going through the winter checklist and making sure that we've accomplished all of the things on our very robust preparation checklist to make sure that we're ready to go from an operator standpoint. Finally, that second bubble there is a technician also making sure that our heat trace system is functioning the way it should. Now, heat trace is not much to look at. It's this panel here is the central piece of it, but it is a wire that is essentially wrapped around important pipes that provides warmth to those pipes and ensures that they don't freeze. So heat trace is an important part of our weatherization process. And just a quick note about weatherization, it really is an engineered kind of solution that's built for the location that your plant operates. In much colder parts of the country, they build permanent structures with the goal of keeping heat in during the extreme cold weather. But here in South Texas, we design our plants to be well ventilated, and that's not an accident. It's not an oversight. Enclosures like they have in the north can get really dangerously hot for our workers here in Texas during the summertime. It's so hot that it would endanger the health of our employees. So it is still possible to weatherize. It is not, however, the case that you would just enclose everything and move along down the road. On page 120, we get now to the weather. And I'm going to make a couple points on this slide and the next. I won't spend a long time because we all know that it got really cold. But what I'll point out here is on February the 1st of 2021, this is the forecast that we were looking at. And it's the first time when February 15th is in the 14-day forecast. And you can see that, it's a map of the United States. The more blue it is, the colder that you expect it to be. And where it's gray, that would be average for the for the season. And where it gets red and deep red, that would mean it was warmer. And there where we are in San Antonio, you might call that normal to maybe slightly warmer than normal for the time of year. Again, that was February the 1st. Page 121 of your PDF booklet tells you a different story. I think it speaks for itself. Lots of people have shown this slide, but it is dark blue across the whole center of mass of the United States. It was record-breaking for snowfall, for duration of cold, for how cold it got, and we're going to talk about those things in a little bit. But this was only 8 days later that the forecast was very, very different. All right, so on page 122, we've now, zooming out just a second, covered that we have a weatherization program. And we talked about, doing that in advance of the winter season. Now we've got this winter weather event that we see coming. So what do? We took stock of that incoming weather, and we took some additional steps. And what you see on the preventative measures here is not a comprehensive list, but it's the kinds of things that we think about. Where are the small and narrow pipes in the plant? Those are more prone to freezing, so we take steps to make sure that those are wrapped or otherwise enclosed, or you've got heaters pointed at them, things like that. And as the weather gets closer and as the emergency came along, we get to the point where we're inspecting our equipment hourly. We've got plant operators walking down the facility, looking physically at the different components of our plant to be sure that they're all functioning the way that they need to. The picture on the left is it's an interesting situation. There are 3 pipes I'll point your attention to on the left-hand side of that picture, 2 silver ones and then one in the middle that's tan. The pipe in the middle is an 8-inch water processing system supply pipe. And it is, once again, 8 inches, so about the width of a piece of paper. And pipes that size with water moving through them, they really just don't freeze here in our part of the country. And it didn't freeze, in fact, in 2011, but it did freeze this year. So just kind of pointing to the magnitude of how different this was than our recent event. Moving on to slide 123, again, it's sort of a busy slide, but it points to the fact that it was over 100 straight hours at or below freezing. Once again, a significant departure from previous events. So not only did it get cold, like I said before, but it got cold for a long time. And the weather dropped below freezing at about 7:30 p.m. on Friday and didn't come back above freezing until the following Wednesday. Next slide, please. Now, with that context laid down, one thing to remember is that natural gas is used for lots and lots of different things. It heats our homes. We use it in our water heaters to create warm water. We cook with it. And we also use it to generate power. And when everybody's doing all of those things at maximum capacity all at one time, and at the same time you have wellheads freezing and you've got power intermittency at pump stations across the state, you run into the kind of shortage and challenges that we had on the natural gas system across the state. Now, there's a lot to do as we work to understand the prices that we see in the chart here. I will point out that in the weeks, this is a year. So if you look back across the prior year, gas prices range from about $1.50 to about $3 during the course of the year. That's a very seasonal thing. But at the far right, you can see that this line, that axis only goes to $5. But we were seeing $400 prices, $400. And that represents a 16,000% increase from the days and weeks leading up to the event. So there's, as I said, a lot of work to do to understand those prices, and we're going to need a lot more information, and we're going to work with our suppliers to understand how those prices came to be. But it was an important component of the events of the extreme weather event. On the next slide, I want to underscore, I think Senator Menendez said it well, that no technology was untouched by the severe weather. There were extreme outages. 3.5 times as much capacity was unavailable this time than in 2011 across the state. And let me preface these two pictures by saying that we're not really relying on solar, particularly in the winter, because it shines during the day, and our peaks happen in the morning and in the evening. And that time of the year, we just don't rely on solar the way that we do during the summertime. But at the same time, we will talk more about its performance in a second. So on the left-hand side are the outages representing solar and wind, and it's that orange shape. You can see that on or about February the 10th, that's when the icing difficulties started happening out in West Texas, and the cold weather events started waving across Texas. And then, of course, those outages grew to be over 20,000 megawatts for renewables. On the right-hand side, there's a flat portion leading up to about February the 15th. And that flat portion, that's labeled likely in planned maintenance or overhaul, meaning that these are conventional units that were down on a planned basis, coordinated with ERCOT across the state so that maintenance can be performed just like you would any important piece of machinery, your car or anything else, getting it ready for the summer season that's upcoming. And on February the 15th, you can see that doubled. The amount of generation, of conventional generation that was out, went from about 15,000 megawatts to more than 30,000 megawatts. And again, all a function of the extreme winter precipitation and the duration of the cold temperatures that we experienced. Next slide, please. This is page 126 in your PDF booklet. Our fleet was greater than 85% available during the event. This chart, I need to orient you to it because it's not immediately apparent what it means. But that center line, that horizontal line across the middle of the page is 0. That means that if we're above the 0 line, then we had sufficient capacity to serve our community. If we were below that 0 line, then we did not. During the period on February the 14th through February the 15th, there was a long stretch of time where we were in a position of needing to take power from the grid. And then there were 2 subsequent events that were smaller on the 18th and 19th, respectively. So even given our high availability, 85% across the event, there were still times when we required support from the ERCOT grid in order to serve our community. On page 127, I'm going to talk just a minute about this idea of the different technologies and how they perform in an extreme weather event like the one that we just came through. Let me orient you to the table. On the left-hand side, there are the names of different resource types: coal, nuclear, 3 different types of gas production, solar, wind, battery storage, and then STEP or demand response, our Save for Tomorrow energy plan or demand response. And across the top, these are the problems that any generation runs into. So the first column is impacted by 2021 severe winter weather. Again, I already said it, but every technology was impacted during that time. Though not every unit was similarly impacted, and I'll talk in a second about that. The second column is the instability of fuel prices. Those units that burn natural gas to produce power for our grid, they were exposed to having to pay for the natural gas that I just showed you a couple slides ago was extraordinarily expensive. And the battery storage, it may not be exactly obvious why I've marked that as unstable, but the reason is because when you buy a battery storage system, of course, all that is a hunk of equipment, and it sits there, and it doesn't do anything all by itself. You've got to charge it, and when you charge it, you are essentially buying power to put it in the battery. So if you happen to decide to charge it when prices were really high, then you might have overpaid and had a lot of very expensive power sitting in that battery. The next column is fuel supply disruption. We already talked about how the gas supply was experienced pressure difficulties, and that would have impacted any generation across the state that burned natural gas. With that in mind, it's important to think about whether or not there was an alternate fuel available. And a couple of these did have alternate fuel available to them. Coal, it can burn natural gas in some cases, though it at reduced capacity. Nuclear does not have an alternate fuel. Some of our CTs, our combustion turbine natural gas-fired plants, do have the capability of burning fuel oil, and we use ultra-low sulfur fuel oil there. And we are able to do that when we need to. The rest of our technologies do not have an alternate fuel supply. The final column is unique to battery storage, and this is indicating that anytime that you want, you can charge your battery, and, like I said, prices might be high and you might overpay for it. But once you get into an energy alert, an energy emergency in ERCOT, you can no longer charge a battery. And that makes sense because you don't want to charge a battery with power that could be going to power somebody's home. We would never do that, and the market doesn't allow us to do it anyway, and therefore I've marked it unable to charge during the battery storage. Whatever was in that battery at the beginning, we discharged when we thought it was the best time to do that, and then it was no longer available to us as a resource until the energy emergency went away. On the next slide, I'm not going to read all this to you. It's kind of a busy slide. Apologies for that. But these are the list of units in our portfolio. And again, we were greater than 85% available. 135 workers worked around the clock to support our units. And I'm deeply, deeply grateful for their efforts in adverse conditions and solving problems that arose, and just in the most difficult of circumstances. I appreciate that. Also, Fred mentioned during the beginning of the meeting that we are fortunate to have a COVID-19 sequestration site. We did activate it for this event. We put some of our workers there because they live far from work in some cases. We were able to put them there in a place where they could be safe and they could quickly and easily get to work to support our community when we needed them the most. As to the units themselves, there's superscripts there that tell you that correspond to the chart on the right, the takeaway box on the right. The green lines, the green rows in the table, those correspond to the first one, A. Those are units that had 100% availability through the duration of the event. And I'll also point out that one of our combustion turbines in labeled B, that's at the MBL-CT6, that unit also was available 100% of the time. Solar contributed an average of 2 megawatts during the event. We have about 500 megawatts of solar, so that was not a great percentage, but I also noted for you earlier that we don't expect a lot during peak in the winter. Wind contributed an average of 9 megawatts during the peak hours of the event. That's about a little less than 1%, and we already talked about the challenges wind had. Browning 3, I'll point out, was in a planned outage, as many other units were at this time in ERCOT. Our VH Browning 3 unit was down for maintenance in advance of the summer season. On the next slide, page 129 of your book, I labeled this initial next steps because we are early on. It feels like this event was so long ago to all of us who lived through it and have been working nonstop 7x24 to learn what lessons we can and to get better. But it hasn't been that long. And so a detailed analysis is forthcoming. We're going to develop our lessons learned and action plans to improve our resiliency. And we're going to assess our standards for weather preparation. What really is a 100-year event? I mean, I think that this highlights the fact that those kinds of extreme events are things that we need to be ready for, as infrequent as they are. And along those lines, we've got to examine our weatherization strategy, our fuel supply, and many other things. We're going to also make sure that we learn and develop and execute implementation plans from our lessons learned. And we're going to do everything we can possibly do in order to learn from the event so that we can serve our customers well and affordably. And those are my prepared comments. I appreciate, again, the chance to be with you today.
Well, hey Frank, this is Willis Mackey.
Yes, sir.
Hey, two things I'd like for you to review. Number one, the Browning outage. I mean, the outage is not doing a mandatory outage during December, January, and February. Kind of reschedule that, maybe starting in March or April. If you could look at that right there. And number two, that's number one, Frank. Number two is the fuel supply strategies. If in looking at the fuel supply strategies, if we could get one of the salt domes, I know we have one probably in East Texas, but if we could have one, look at one in East Texas and South Texas about a possibility of storage of gas in the salt domes. We could look at those two items right there. You know, I'm from Luling, you know, gas and all that. Know a little bit about that. But there's a storage that we could look at either in East Texas or between here and Houston or South Texas that we could look at maybe a 10 to 12 days fuel storage in those two items. If you could look at that and get back with me on that right there. Thank you. Any other board members?
Yes, sir. I will do that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other board members? If not, we can move to Paul.
I do have questions. This is Trustee Gonzalez.
Sure, Trustee Gonzalez.
So, Frank, if I understand correctly, lessons from 2011, we didn't winterize the entire plant. All we did was winterize parts of the plant. Is that correct?
Ma'am, we had, there was a NERC investigation at the time, and then there was or assessment at the time, and then we had a subsequent engineering assessment of our plants, and we implemented all of the things that were identified post that event.
But they're not 100% winterized. They're just based on the minimum requirements of the assessment. Is that fair to say?
Ma'am, I would say that we met the requirements, and I think that it's fair to say that, this weather event was probably not the design basis that we used to develop that. So I think that that's the reason we're looking at the weatherization, because I think you can always, go further.
Okay, so let me ask this question. So my next question would be, we were asked, obviously, to reduce our consumption, right? Now, while we were reducing those 3 plants, which were, I have A, B, and C written, which were just 3, at that time, with those 3 plants running, I guess my question would be, was that enough power? Was that enough power for San Antonio? I guess those 3 plants, was that enough power for San Antonio citizens and county citizens, Bexar County citizens?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I want to be clear. I was not clear. Those units were available 100% of the time at full capacity. The other units were available with some reductions in some cases. Some tripped offline and then came back. But I think the answer to your question is that it was, even though we were above 85% availability, there were times when our generation capacity was not sufficient to meet the needs of our customer base.
Now, was it not enough because we were mandated to lend, or it's just regardless of the lend mandate, it just wasn't enough?
Yeah, it was not enough, I think, is the most basic way to say it. It simply was not enough. And of course, there were times when we were selling to the market to support, because those units were up and available and to help the Texas grid. But there was a good bit of time when we just simply did not have enough power.
Let me jump in just to make sure that we are providing the right context. We had higher demand for energy than we had ever seen before. And so it exceeded the summer capacity when all the plants are typically available. And we do have plants that trip off during the summer. But we had a tremendous amount, and so we were out of balance. We had more demand because it was so cold than we had available capacity. There were times when the plants were tripping, which made it even more difficult to do, but we had just a tremendous amount of more capacity. What we typically do, though, is for every bit of capacity we have, we match it to the San Antonio load, whatever the demand for San Antonio is. When we shed load, when we reduce capacity, we're not taking that and sending it off to ERCOT. We're just not allowing the energy to be demanded out of the system. As we stabilize and go through it and we have enough to fit San Antonio, we will look for opportunities to sell that excess. But we're also connected to an entire state. And so that balancing has to happen across the entire state from that standpoint. But if we had gone through this event all by ourselves, then we would have struggled maybe even more than we did, because there were times where we took power from the grid to help San Antonio.
Okay, any other questions, Ms. Gonzalez? If not, we will move on to Paul Barnum.
Good afternoon. This is Paul Barnum, and I do appreciate the opportunity to come before the board and talk through this event. And similar to Frank, I am coming to you today in a new role from what I have been before you before. I'm now the Chief Grid Optimization and Resiliency Officer, and appreciate the honor and opportunity of this position. So Frank talked about the impact of this severe weather event, and he talked through that the severity of and velocity of that event, and how that impacted our generation fleet across the state, as well as the natural gas supply to the state. What I want to do is pick up from that point, build on that, and talk to you about what that means for impact to our grid operations, the electric grid operations, and then further what that meant for our processes and how that impacted our customers, and go through some things there. So if you'll move with me to PDF slide number 131 for objectives and takeaways. One thing I want to start with is just some level setting on understanding of electric grids and interconnects, as well as the role of ERCOT, since that's been a big topic in a lot of the news reports and discussions on ERCOT's role here. So I want to be clear on that, and I want to take from there a closer look at this specific event and how that impacted CPS Energy and how our systems and personnel responded through that. I do want to talk through the load shed process and the outage restoration process to try and give a full understanding of those activities. And then I'll wrap up with some of our initial priorities that we're looking at for improvement. So if you'll go with me to PDF slide number 132, please. This is our agenda, and I'm just going to skip this slide, so please go to PDF slide number 133, please. So as you all have been discussed and Paula has mentioned, ERCOT is one of 3 interconnected grids in North America. And these grids, or electrical interconnects, really have 3 basic entities or components, functional entities. The generation piece that Frank talked about, so there's generators of all kinds, and they're spread throughout ERCOT, as well as these other interconnects to generate electricity, obviously. Then we have customer demand, and I will I'll probably use the term load or customer load, but this is, obviously all the cities, towns, industries that are actually using the electrical power that gets generated. One related term I want to mention now up front, because it is kind of core to the discussion, is the term load shed, or also you may hear rotating outages. Those are the same thing, and that is a intentional shutdown of customers for the purpose of protection of the grid. So when I talk about load shed, I am talking about intentional shut-off of customers for that purpose. The third entity in these interconnects or these grids is the transmission systems, and that's all the wires that interconnect all these other entities that allow us to get power from the generators through the transmission systems to the various customer demands. The idea of this electrical interconnect is all around providing stability and reliability for all the entities on the interconnect. And, you know, as Frank talked about, there was times that CPS Energy was supplying power into the grid, and there was also times that we were receiving energy from the grid. And that's kind of core to the whole idea of the reliability that this interconnected grid provides, where all these entities are essentially tied together and working together for the overall stability of the grid. If you'll turn with me to PDF slide number 134, please. I want to take a little bit deeper dive into ERCOT and their role in our electric system. The one word description is coordinator. ERCOT is a coordinator of multiple entities. They're the air traffic controller for our grid. And in that role, one of their really core principles that their function they're providing is keeping generation and customer demand in balance. This, for the grid to be stable, for the grid to operate and not go into blackout, the generation always has to be sufficient to meet customer demand. And this is the 24/7, 365, really every second of the day role that ERCOT and all the entities in ERCOT play. ERCOT itself does not own transmission or generation. They don't directly operate it. They coordinate all those entities that do own and operate those, such as CPS Energy. We own transmission system, and we own generation. We are one of a number of entities that own and operate those systems and that infrastructure, and we do that through the direction and coordination with ERCOT. The ERCOT also operates the wholesale market, and we've heard that. In the end, really, that wholesale market is really just a way of balancing this generation and customer demand in the most cost-effective way. And so, again, it's kind of back to this core idea of this interconnection, providing reliability and efficiency through the cooperation of all these entities. One concept I do want to emphasize at this point, and Senator Menendez mentioned this, but you know, the grid, if the load, the customer demand, and generation are not kept in balance, if there's not sufficient generation to cover that demand, the grid will slip into instability and continue into blackout. The ERCOT grid has never been in a blackout condition. And when I say blackout, I am talking about there is no power flowing in the system. And the only power that would be available would be through generators that, hospitals and entities like that might have. And those generally would be diesel powered and have, even then a limited duration before they need to fill. So that would be a far worse situation to have to work through. And as was mentioned, it's never really been gone through in ERCOT. We do annual drills and training on that to be prepared for it. But it's a really big unknown and would not have been a good scenario. You can move with me to PDF slide number 135, please. Frank talked about the unprecedented weather and impact on generation and the generation loss. But what I want to carry from there is how that event that we experienced compared to similar events historically where we have had to do load shed. You can see that comparison on this graph. If we look at the event in 2011, which has often been referenced, that event at that time was 3 or 4 times the amount of any previous event. So at that time, that was, a huge increase over previous events. But then when we look at the yellow bar for the event of this year, that is 5 times the 2011 event at 20,000 megawatts. And this was really, I'm going to say, just a level of load shed that just wasn't imagined previously. The other important dimension here, though, is the duration. I think in Frank's slides it showed that the duration of the freezing weather was something around 100 hours. When we look at the duration of the actual load shed event, so from the time we started shedding load until we stopped shedding load, in 2011, that was about a 7.5 hour event. 2021 was 10 times that at 71 hours. So just the duration alone was just, again, a significant increase from the previous event. And also I'll mention, while, our focus is on San Antonio and ERCOT, there were issues really both to our north and south where there was load shed occurring in the grids north of us, as well as in the country of Mexico. 25 states were in similar operations. So this was a weather event that impacted really beyond just ERCOT. You can turn with me to PDF slide number 136. I want to talk briefly about the timeline and a little orientation first. So you'll notice the blue line that trends through there, that is the amount of load that ERCOT was calling for to be shed from the entire state as we went through this event. And you can see that peaked out around 20,000 megawatts. And then the orange line indicates the temperature as we went through this event. And you can see this event starts where the load shed operation started. The hashed blue area is indicating the period where, or the freezing weather. So where the orange line is within that hashed area, those were freezing temperatures. So Frank mentioned a lot of the preparation that the Power Gen group does for preparation, and energy delivery has similar documented procedures that we go through both seasonally as well as coming into event. And there was a number of things. I'm not going to go into those details, but there was a number of preparatory events that were accomplished coming into this event. But probably the biggest thing I want to point out on this graph is just how rapidly this event came on. ERCOT has several levels of emergency status, and we went from the advisory state to the watch state into Energy Emergency Alert 1, EEA 2, and EEA 3, where EEA 3 is the point at which we are shedding load. And so those kind of 5 levels, we went through all those within just over an hour. So extremely rapid progression of events as generation was being lost from the grid, and ERCOT and all the entities they coordinate had to rapidly respond to that. And you can see that the progression of load shed continued through that first day up to the maximum of 20,000 megawatts. Internally, what I can tell you happened is our program, we have an automated program that has circuits that it will turn on and off to accomplish whatever the load shed target is that we're getting from ERCOT. And that program, when we started getting up towards those upper levels, was completely overwhelmed. And that's when customers started seeing this situation where they might have 3 to 5 minutes of power followed by 1 or more hours of outage. And that was certainly not the design of the system, but just because of the levels that we were trying to shed, that was the best the system could do. I also mentioned that program was actually an improvement that we had installed from the 2011 event. In early morning of the 16th, we did move because of the performance of the automated system that we had to take action. So we moved to a manual operation where we were manually rotating these circuits, and we actually also pulled in some additional circuits that we could and not affect our critical customers. This is, one of the first improvements I'll point to is really around these automated systems, that design, as well as strengthening some of our backup procedures and how quickly we can move from the automated to these manual processes if we have to do that. So we are already looking at those improvements now. If you can turn with me to PDF slide number 137, please. Next, I want to talk about our load shed operation, and this is one of those areas where there was a lot of frustration from our customers. And let me start by going over the map that's to the left there. This map shows all the circuits that were used for load shed. So each one of these circuits that's drawn was shut down and restarted for the purpose of shedding load. You see some circuits that are in red and some that are in blue. The only difference between those circuits is the voltage of those circuits. And the difference in the voltages to the north, which is a higher voltage, is really a function of how the city of San Antonio built out, and there was a shift to higher voltage lines as the city continued to grow north. And that was really for cost efficiency. The higher voltage can carry a larger number of customers, and we can run those circuits a good bit further than we can the lower voltage circuits that you see in blue. So the service is simply the same, although we'll say the higher voltage circuits, the red, do not have quite as good of reliability performance as the blue circuits do. I think all of our circuits are perform well in terms of comparison to national benchmarks, but if you compare the blue to the red circuits will have slightly lower performance reliability-wise. So given that, let me talk a little bit about the load shed process. And this load shed is really the tool used by grid operators, not only in ERCOT, North America, really around the world, for these emergency situations where we need to get load under the amount of generation that is available. And then our procedures are in accordance with all the regulatory requirements from ERCOT and NERC. And the process and compliance with it is really what prevented blackout of our system. As Senator Menendez mentioned in his comments, ERCOT was truly on the verge of a blackout scenario, and it was really through this tool of load shed that prevented us from slipping into that space. Our system has about 600 circuits in it, and of those circuits, about 1/3 of those are associated with a frequency protection system. And this protection system will automatically drop those circuits to prevent the system from slipping into blackout due to frequency not remaining at the 60 hertz, as was mentioned earlier. So that is that is part of the requirements, is having those circuits available in that automated state for that protection. That's similar to the circuit breaker in your house. So if you have a problem in your wiring or one of your circuits in your house is overloaded, that circuit breaker will trip and open up to prevent further damage to your home. This frequency protection system really essentially does the same thing for our overall grid. About a third of the circuits are associated with critical customer loads, so those include military and hospitals and the like. And then the final third are the circuits that we utilize for these rotating outages or load shed. When we went to the manual operation, I did mention we did pull in some additional circuits where we could to try and provide some relief to our customers. But this system, while it's designed to prevent us from getting into a blackout scenario, it does also create the scenario where customers who may be out from load shed, or maybe they are out due to a failure, can maybe look across the road or look around town and see other areas that have their power on, and that creates lots of frustration. We understand that, but that is kind of part of the way the system is designed to operate right now, to protect those critical loads as well as this frequency protection function. Obviously, in this area, we have some improvement that we recognize in terms of identifying and classifying the critical circuits and critical loads, such as discussion there's been around saws, and we are also quickly looking to pursue improvements in those areas as well. You can move with me to PDF slide number 138. I want to talk a little bit about the restoration process. And this is probably really the most frustrating area for our customers, where
Mr. Barnum.
Yes, sir.
Can we wrap this piece up in about 5 minutes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I just have 2 more slides, so I'll quickly move through these. So restoring customers, obviously a lot of frustration with customers who were out maybe the whole duration of the event, and that was customers who were out for those periods of time was really due to failures, not a function of the load shed itself. Once we could begin full restorations at the end of the load shed event, we did pull in every resource available that we could safely utilize. And as been mentioned, very challenging conditions to address those outages. And we did those restorations in order of duration. So we did go to those longest outages first. And really, as Senator Menendez said, I want to give just a shout out to our personnel who were leaving their families and working in those conditions. So if you can turn with me to PDF slide number 138, please, which is my final slide. We do have a number of improvement areas that we are pursuing, some that I've mentioned already. And all that begins with a self-critical assessment. We do welcome the audits and reviews that are going to happen for the purpose of improving and identifying those opportunities to have a better operating system and be better prepared for any future events that may occur like this. Technology is definitely one of those options in the longer term that we definitely want to pursue, and have already identified some potential opportunities there that would provide better control and management of our load. And then there's certainly improvements in our data analytics and ability to have better visibility to our system. But, want to do all this as we also keep in mind our pillar of affordability and making sure we're mindful of doing this in a cost-effective way. And that concludes my presentation, if there are questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from any board members?
Yes, this is Trustee Gonzalez. So just real quick, so if I understand correctly, you're stating that the rolling outages are not decided by neighborhood, correct?
That's correct. The rolling outages are by circuits. Yes.
Okay.
And a circuit might have.
So you're saying that about 1/3 of customers are in high frequency circuits. Is that what I understood correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
And so how many customers are not on high-frequency circuit and susceptible to rolling outages? What was that amount?
Well, I would have to probably pull numbers of the exact circuits, but it's roughly going to be a third of our overall customers.
Can you and right now, because I know we need to move on with other items, can you provide me those customers that are not on high frequency circuit, and I would like that information by zip codes if possible. And then my other question would be, if it is equipment failures, that what I understood is one of the problems. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. For the outages that extended the longest, that's correct.
Right, which most likely might be those that were not on high frequency circuits. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess my question will be, because I'm sure that this is something that the consumer is going to want to know. For those who were on high frequency and didn't expect any downtime versus those that did, how are we going to, I guess, how do I say this? Are we going to charge those who were had no electricity due to failure of equipment versus those who, had it continuously?
Yes, ma'am. I know that's been a topic of discussion internally. I'm probably not the right one to answer that question, though.
Yes, ma'am. We're looking at all the data now, but if you had no issues, of course, you're not going to see any type of credit on your account. But we're going to look at right now we're looking at all the people who were affected to try to assist how to figure out how to give credit.
Right, and I guess that we'll probably have further discussions. I want to know a little bit more about the fuel adjustment charge. And so I guess you've answered some of my questions. Again, if you can at least provide me the report of those customers that were on circuits that were not high frequency, and then also by zip code. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from any other board members? If not, hey, let's move on to Fred Barnwell and Rudy Garza and Vivian Boe. If we could clear this, review this in the next 15 to 20 minutes between the three, I sure appreciate it. We can move forward. Fred Barnwell.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Mackey, and thanks, Paul. I'm going to start on PDF slide 140. You can go ahead and proceed to the next slide, please. PDF slide 141, this gives you reference of our objectives and takeaways. And I'm not going to go into this in detail. I'll provide you some insight along the way. Next slide, please. PDF slide 142. This is just the flow I want to talk about. I will underscore the fact that, as I said in my safety comments, our employees are always energized by working for our customers in our community, and they get an extra boost just knowing that they're doing that. And in this situation, they not only came in with adrenaline, but they came in with antifreeze as well. Next slide, please. PDF slide 143. So, integrated security, I guess my point here would be to share with you what enabled us to have no cyber events and no serious physical security threats. A couple of things. As I mentioned in the safety briefing, we were able to maintain our business continuity plans that were already in place a year ago through the pandemic. And because of that, that enabled our employees to respond effectively during this storm event. And I think that was huge. Secondly, we maintained our security operations center 24/7 throughout the entire event, and our messaging to our employees remained high for them to be on alert. Next slide, please. PDF slide 144. From the time in which the COSA Office of Emergency Management Center Command Center was set up on the 10th of February, we maintained not only occupancy, but we also maintained communication through the communication network that was established all the way through the storm. Secondly, we maintained constant communication with the Southwest Texas Fusion Center in maintaining communication with SAPD uniformly to message our employees and the organization on all of the threat potentials that were out there. Next slide, please. PDF slide 145. The point I'd like to share on this slide is, as some of you probably know from the holidays that we just went through, Aspen, Colorado experienced a significant security event. So we took lessons learned from that, and we took action to make sure that critical parts of our gas infrastructure were observed throughout this event. And this was key. The second point I'll make here is that, as was already noted, about 6 to 8 months ago, we took action to establish a sequestration site for our critical personnel to not have to travel 20 or 30 miles to home and back on icy roads. And this enabled our critical personnel to be ready and available. And in all my years in this industry, this was critical for us in our employees being able to persevere effectively throughout this. Next slide, please. PDF slide 146. So from a safety perspective, we experienced no serious injuries or no hospitalization cases. We had minor injuries. Most of those were due to slips, trips, and falls on the ice. We did experience one vehicle rollover about 4 or 5 days into this event, and that was at night on a highway overpass where one of our bucket trucks encountered black ice. The employee was treated, observed, and released that same day and was ready for available work all of last week. Next slide, please. Our fleet operations and our vehicles, we maintained availability all through the event. We really only had one significant breakdown. It was on a D10 dozer at the coal yard for a split hydraulic hose. I will also note that we were asked by our city partner, VIA, to assist them in the relocation of fuel at one of their properties, a diesel fuel that is, during the event. And this was a cooperative effort that was done through our key account personnel in the customer area. Next slide, please. PDF slide 148. So from a gas systems perspective, we took several actions in advance of this storm, going back about 18 months to upgrade our critical gas regulator stations. This is where we take gas from high pressure to distribution pressure, and we upgraded those systems. In addition to that, we upgraded a lot of our piping in the system for system reliability. The next point I'll make is that a few days prior to this storm event, we maintained communications with the Texas Energy Reliability Council, or otherwise called TERC. And as we approached that weekend, we found out from gas suppliers that were connected to this call that they were experiencing gas wellhead freezing. So we knew from that perspective that we were already going to see a potential reduction in gas flow. So from that event, we coordinated through our customer area, and we were able to reduce the gas flow and in some cases disengage it to our top 100 customers through a cooperative effort. We were aided a little bit in that Monday of that event. It was a holiday for a lot of these businesses and schools. And because of that, we were able to maintain gas flow through this entire event. And we experienced no significant outages from our gas flow. Next slide, please. PDF slide 149. So through this event, we experienced only one significant repair from a gas leak on a 20-inch gas main. And we were able to maintain our customers all through this event. There was no outage taken from this event. The gas flow was maintained throughout it, and we repaired it the same day. Next slide, please. PDF slide 150. This gives you a perspective of the natural gas distribution landscape from a systems perspective. And I thought I would share this because there's been some discussion about wellhead freezing, and that would show up in the first indication, item number 1 on this landscape. And many of these wellheads are located hundreds of miles away from our service territory, and that was the main issue that was compromised in the gas flow throughout this event. Next slide, please. PDF slide 151. So we take full measure from this event. We're going to take lessons learned from it, and we're going to implement them throughout the organization and through our city partners. I appreciate the time and opportunity to share this perspective with you today. I'll take any questions you might have.
Oh, do we have any questions, please? If no questions, other questions, Mr. Rudy Garza, if you could keep us on that time schedule, we sure appreciate it.
Yes, sir, Dr. Mackey and members of the board, thank you for allowing me to talk to you today about actions we took before, during, and after the storm. There's a lot of content in my presentation, and I'm going to really try to focus on a few topics to help us get through the presentation as efficiently as we can. If you'll join me on slides 155 and 156, the first point I want to make with you today is we began from the beginning of the event to the end of the event. Every day we were messaging to our customers, and we used every tool in our toolbox to do so. But we know that if there's one customer out there that feels like they didn't get the message, then we obviously have work to do to try to continue to expand our communication strategy to ensure that we're utilizing every means possible, including leveraging our relationship with the City of San Antonio and Bexar County and emergency management staff to ensure that we leave no stone unturned. But as you can see on slides 155 and 156, we certainly tried to get to every customer in our system. If you'll join me in slide 157, Paul Barham mentioned it as part of his presentation, but we moved through the emergency alert levels from ERCOT very, very quickly. So at 12:38 a.m., we got the EEA1 alert, and which starts a protocol. We follow ERCOT's messaging as it relates to emergency messaging across the state. And by 1:31, we were in a load shed situation, and we immediately began to let our local media know when you're messaging overnight at 1:30 in the morning, it's very difficult to ensure that all the customers understand that when they wake up in the morning, they're going to go from having power to not having power. So I just want to highlight that one point as one of the critical challenges in the process. We did use our system of calling customers. If you've joined me in slide 159, that allows us to get access to roughly 650,000 of our customers to provide a direct message to them in both English and Spanish, and you see the English version here. The next few slides 160, 161, and 162 really have to do with the proactive outreach that we did with our customers to help us conserve energy throughout the event. And all customers, big and small, whether you were the size of HEB who has capabilities to transition their stores to backup generation, or you're in your home with power and have the capability of lowering your temperatures through our demand response program, we really worked hard to try to message to our customers to help us through this really difficult time. After the storm, if you'll join me on slide 167, after the storm, we took a number of steps because there was a lot of misinformation out there in the market having to do with $10,000, $15,000 bills. So we immediately suspended temporarily auto pay and went through a number of quality control checks in our billing system to ensure the information that customers were going to see was accurate. There was nothing that was going to happen that would that would show up as an enlarged bill that customers might react to, and we've begun the process of trying to turn those systems back on so that customers can get in and see for themselves that the bill that they expected to get in February is going to be consistent with prior bills. We have not changed anything in our billing system other than customers who may have had increased usage who had power as a result of the extreme weather event. Finally, on page 168, there's always opportunities that we can learn from. The common themes for my area really have to do with our overall communication to our customers and resiliency strategies for both customers and employees, because we had employees affected too that were still trying to do their jobs, that were running out of power with their laptops or running out of power with their cell phones. So how we ensure that our employees are able to continue to do their jobs, that are taking phone calls and talking to customers on a regular basis, is going to be a very important focus of our efforts going forward. And I know I ran through my presentation very quickly. I will stop there and see if you have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Garza, you did an extremely great job in explaining everything. I think we can read everything you have in here, but you still did a great job of presenting this. Any board members have any questions? If not, we can move on to the last person, Vivian Boyd.
Thank you, Chairman Dr. Mackey. This is Vivian Boyd, your Chief Information Officer, and I will try to go through my presentation rather quickly as well. I won't cover everything. I'm here really to first thank the board for the opportunity to present. Additionally, what I'll be doing is providing you with a technology update as we went through this extreme weather event. If you turn with me to slide 170. In terms of objectives, first, I'd really like to touch upon how we leverage this technology to ensure that we're reaching out to our customers in the best way that we could. And I'd also like to talk about how we leverage that technology to support our operations and to deliver the services for the community. Now, some of that technology did experience some disruption, so I'll cover that. The key theme that I will touch upon very briefly is the cyclical nature of the relationship between power and technology. As you're well aware, energy is used to generate how we operate and distribute water. Conversely, water is leveraged to generate power. We saw that similar relationship in that power is leveraged to power the communications, and communications is leveraged to help manage the grid, and the cyclical nature is an opportunity that we will look at. If you go with me to the next slide, page, which is 171, that's the agenda. We'll cover it, but I just talked about it, so we'll go to page 172. As Rudy mentioned, a key goal of the technology team working in partnership with the organization was to leverage all the tools that we had available to us to communicate with our customers and with the community. There's a variety of tools. I'll only cover I'll highlight one or two. We called our customers directly. We deployed advanced analytics. That's really just deep data analysis to pinpoint which customers had been out the longest so we can get them back up first. Other technologies that we leverage, I won't cover them, they're on the slide. But on the right-hand side, of course, we had to make sure our newsroom was up as the situation was evolving. We made sure that site was up. And you're very familiar with the outage map. And we had to make some adjustments to that to make sure that the information stayed refreshed. We moved from 5-minute refreshes to 15. But the point was we're leveraging a lot of these technologies to keep our customers informed about what was going on throughout the event. I'll go over to the next page, which is 173, if you would turn with me there. On this slide, we did see some disruptions, and I'll talk about that and this relationship I talked about earlier in my introduction. The grid communications, we leverage grid communications ultimately to communicate to the remote parts of our grid throughout the grid. And what we saw is that we saw some disruptions there. Not in normal operations, the resiliency systems that we have in place there are sufficient, but even those are stressed throughout this event. Particularly, for instance, as we were going through the rotating outages, as we powered down portions of the grid or turned those off, When we turned them back on, unfortunately, they didn't come back as we expected them to. And what ended up happening was we had to deploy crews to physically turn those systems back on in very treacherous conditions. The second piece that I will go to is telecommunication partners. One of the things that we also covered is that telecommunication partners help us with, just like they support you, they support us as well in some of our key areas of our operation for call center. Those partners were highly stressed. Their systems were stressed, and that impacted us as well. Our call center, in terms of the phone systems, a remote workforce that was trying to have wireless and systems to even to communicate with other parts of the system, and ultimately the team, even basic texting became problematic for the team. And then for smart meters, the good news there for smart meters or advanced metering infrastructure is that those remote capabilities remain primarily functional, but we did see a delay in gas meter reads, and we're working to catch up on that. We've got most of that done, but we still have some work to do. Ultimately, those disruptions in our technology impacted our ability to operate efficiently and effectively, but the teams rallied and we were able to get through it. And in terms of initial next steps, we have some that we'll take, some improvements that we'll take a look at. And at this time, I'll take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any board members with any questions or comments? If not, then we can move to our next item, number 9, conduct an independent review of February 20th, 21st extreme weather event. If we would I'd like to turn it over to Ms. CEO Paula Williams.
Yes, sir. I think we decided to bring this back. I think the board had thoughts about while we're currently starting a review with the city, I think the board had thoughts about also thinking about a review, and we just wanted to make sure, because there wasn't really a actual action taken, but we wanted to get clarity from the board what you might be looking for and maybe the timing relative to the other things that are going on. So I just thought that we would allow the board to provide input and guidance on this item.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gold-Williams. At this time, do we have any comments from any board members on this?
Dr. Mackey, this is John Steen.
Yes.
So, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes.
So at our meeting a week ago, I proposed that we undertake an independent full review of CPS Energy's response to this winter storm in terms of preparedness, communication, and disaster management. Answering the questions, how did management react to this situation? What are the things that were done right? Were there things that were done wrong? And I said at that time, I believe our community demands and deserves such an independent review so that if another similar situation should occur, we can be sure that we've learned from the past. And in that regard, and so then I asked that this matter, we couldn't vote on it, of course, at our last meeting, but I asked that it be put on the agenda for the next meeting, and thank you for doing so. And so, of course, it's on the agenda now for a discussion and possible vote. And Dr. Mackey, I've got a proposed resolution. You want me to go ahead and read it now?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, thank you. So this is a resolution approving independent review of 2021 winter storm response. Whereas CPS Energy continually strives to be financially responsible and a strong steward of community assets while effectively balancing its value pillars of security, safety, reliability, reliance, customer affordability, and environmental impact, all grounded in financial responsibility. And whereas extraordinary events and conditions experienced in the San Antonio area and statewide during February 2021 created extraordinary opportunities for service by CPS Energy, but also for learning and improvement. And whereas the CPS Energy Board of Trustees has a responsibility to ensure its customers, the citizens of San Antonio, and itself, that CPS management its systems, and its practices now and in the future reflect the best reasonable resources, systems, and practices for meeting our goals in stable times and unstable, in good weather and bad weather. Now, therefore, be it resolved that after careful reflection and in light of the foregoing, the CPS Energy Board of Trustees hereby approves and initiates a full independent review of CPS Energy's preparation for and response to the winter storm of February 2021. This review will be directed by and accountable to the Board of Trustees under such processes and by such entities or individuals as the Board of Trustees may hereafter decide, independent of direction or accountability to existing management. The review will include the following. 1, CPS Energy's preparation for and response to the storm, including preparedness, communication, and management reaction to the situation, including practices that worked well as any that did not. And 2, what systems or practices can be considered or implemented to ensure that in the future all stakeholders of the company can be assured that our pillars of security, safety, reliability, resiliency, customer affordability, and environmental impact, all grounded in financial responsibility, are well and capably balanced and met. So, Dr. Mackey, that's my resolution, and I put it forward as a motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Steen. Do we have a second?
This is Trustee Kelly. I'll second.
Mr. Kelly second. Do any other board member have any further discussions before we vote?
Chairman, this is Mayor.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor.
I'm not sure who to direct my question to. Maybe it's you, Paula. The proposed review, will this impact CPS cooperating with the review I called for at the city that is going to encompass SAWS as well as our community-wide emergency response? I would assume not, but I just want to make sure that we're having full cooperation of the various activities.
Quite honestly, we're going to have a hard time keeping up with all the requests. At the same time, I mean, I think if we have good coordination, we're not going to be able to do that and some of the other major things on our agenda altogether. So I think it's all about timing and what is the expectation of the board, and to help us prioritize what to do in the case of a independent review. Another one.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I would recommend that we recognize as the board that the organization, the parent, the owner, the city of San Antonio, has called for and has initiated an independent investigation of the process, and that any further activity conducted by CPS be in cooperation with and in support of that COSA investigation. And perhaps we can hold this and not take action right now, but discuss in an exec and decide from there what we do.
I don't know if this is an exec session item. I mean, again, we want to cooperate with everyone, but if it's independent and it's launched in the middle of the other, and then all the other activities we're doing to help the customers on the cost initiative and all the work that we're doing, I think I just don't want to fail the board in terms of the prioritization.
No, and that makes sense. I think in order for us to take action on this, we're going to need to know as a board the scope of the work that's being called for and how that overlays with the investigation currently underway. And perhaps that's the case that we should hold this item until we get that kind of information and clarity before we take action.
Hey, Mr. Steen, what's the time frame for this audit?
Well, it's not an audit; it's a review.
For review, yes.
Right, and we haven't, I haven't reached out to anybody, but my thought is that there are well-known groups that do this type of thing. You think of Anderson Consulting, McKinsey, Scott Madden. They have energy groups, and they're prepared to do this. And I think they can do it on a somewhat expedited basis. It can be done. And listen, I haven't talked to anybody, so I don't know for sure, but it could be done maybe in 30 days, maybe in 60 days.
I don't know. I don't know if 30 days is enough. Mr. Steen, I'm all in favor for our own review process. But I kind of go back to both meeting the needs of having our own as well as cooperating with the city, and not stretching, not stretching the resources, knowing that we also have to implement, RAC as well, all by spring, right? So I'm not quite sure if we can delay the hiring of a consultant, but just agree to have an independent, review.
Well, let me ask you this question. Mayor, how long will it take for your review?
Again, we have not set a defined timeline. I've asked for the group to be thorough and expeditious. But again, it's going to require a great deal of staff time from Paula and her team to get a good examination of this process. I don't quarrel with the goal of the review, but I think it's really important that we understand the scope of what's being asked before we would take action for it, especially in light of the fact that we already have an investigation of the like underway.
Mr. Mayor and Dr. Mackey, I feel strongly about this, but I also feel like let's just go ahead and vote on it. I'll just make two comments that members of our San Antonio community suffered in ways that they shouldn't have to suffer, and lessons learned would mean better preparation for the next disaster. But having said that, let's go on and vote on it and move on.
Okay. And just to be clear, we're just voting, Mr. Steen, we're just voting that we agree for a review to take place. We're not voting on the firm yet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
correct.
Is that correct? I just want to make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Steen. We have a second by Mr. Kelly. And Ms. Sherman, would you please conduct a roll call?
Dr. Mackey, can I please just ask for clarification?
Sure.
Again, management is in no way disagreeing with it. What we want is clarification that we could either align this, some of the output with what the city's doing, or not have to do it at the exact same time. If we could stack it after the city finishes or align to what they want so we can do 2 for 1, that would be helpful. Is that possible?
Ms. Gold-Williams, I think people are rightfully upset about all this, and I don't think we should delay a review. By its nature, it's going to take some time to stand it up. And I just think we should go forward with it.
Sir, I'm just saying that we're being reviewed by the city already, and so they are going to get some answers from the work that the city has initiated. I totally agree that they need it. I'm just saying that it's not like we're not going to do anything, but to do that on top of everything else we're doing right now will be very, very difficult.
Chairman Mackey, can I ask a question, please?
Yes, please, Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Mayor, I know that Charles has called for an independent study by Black and Beck, if I recall. How is that being coordinated with the city's efforts, and how would that differ from what Chairman Steen Trustee Steen is proposing here?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Kelly, and that's a great question. That question has not been posed to the board. But what I will reflect to them is similar to what Paula said, which is that they can't conflict, and we certainly don't want staff to be reduplicating efforts. If, in fact, the city is owed, the community is owed an independent investigation, I think it would be viewed with concern that it is the board of trustees of the organization under investigation that's actually calling for the investigation. So, and again, these are defined answers. I think a lot of what we understand has been articulated by Senator Menendez. We want to have we want to have clarity on the situation to make sure that we're in the best position possible next time. But again, unless we know for sure what the scope of this is and how it would overlay with what is going on with the committee chaired by Reed Williams, I don't feel comfortable voting.
Dr. Mackey, this is Carolyn. If I could just suggest a procedural option, and the board can decide how you want to do it, but you have a motion and a second. Unless Mr. Steen wants to accept an amendment to his motion, I think that you need to give that motion an opportunity to be voted on. If someone would like, either Mr. Steen or someone else would like to propose an alternative, which would be to do this but do it later or do it in some different way, then that would be voted on if you have a motion and a second. So I think you might want to consider whether you are ready to proceed that way.
Well, we have a motion on the table, we have a second, and we have no amendments. So right now we have to stick with the main motion.
Yeah, and let me clarify something. If we move forward with this with an undefined scope, Trustee Steen, I just want to make sure that this action will plug in with the work that's going on at the city. If we can do that, I think we can make this work. I certainly am in favor of getting depth and understanding at every level of this, but I just want to make sure that these are complementary and not coming at cross purposes or taking staff time that could be better spent elsewhere.
Yes, Mayor, I think it would be complementary, and the scope, as I've done the best to set it forth, is looking into three things: preparedness, communication, and management reaction to the situation. And so that's what it would be, in effect, focused on.
Yes, Chairman Mackey, and can I speak again? This is Trustee.
Yes, Trustee Kelly.
Yes, and the reason I seconded the motion is, number one, I agree with the mayor that we would definitely want to look very carefully at the scope of the assignment to make sure that it, number one, was consistent with some of the things that the city group or the city committee wants to achieve. But the reason I seconded the motion is because all of the other studies we're talking about are more general. In other words, SAWS has a study that's looking at SAWS. The state will have a number of studies talking about the state's role and ERCOT's role, etc. The city study by Chairman Reed will be very broad and will try to integrate the different groups. I think this study that we're talking about here would be specific to CPS Energy, and therefore I think it would fit well within the context of the other ones. I would also like to recommend that the scope is going to be extremely important, and as a result, I would like to suggest that if this is approved, that Trustee Steen be charged with the responsibility of putting together the scope and putting together the study itself.
And I don't know, and this is Trustee Gonzalez, and I know it's early stages, but I am working with, and Mayor, I'm not sure you're familiar, but I am working with Councilwoman Rocha, Dr. Rocha, as well as Sandoval,
to coordinate the efforts of the study as a CPS trustee. So I know that you would have my commitment to ensure that, one, no duplicate effort, and two, for CPS, and then two, that we would participate within that process. So I'm not sure that helps alleviate any concern.
Well, this is Willis Mackey. In my perspective, I understand that the city is doing their review and their study, and I did speak with Chairman Reed of this and the things that he's talking about. I don't think there's going to be a duplicate of what Chair Steen's talking about, preparation, communication, and management, and plus Chair Steen would have to come back to the board to vote on before which company we're going to get to do the review. So we'll get to see the first outline, and then we'll come back and see the second outline, and we can make sure as a team that there's not duplication in there. So I think both of them could be possible, and both of them could be done. Okay. And we have a motion on the table at this time by Chair Steen, and we have a second by Trustee Kelly. And Ms.
Chairman, may I make one comment before you call the vote?
Sure.
Understood. I hear you. One thing as we move forward that I'd like to put for consideration, and I would ask that as we narrow the scope and seek consultant or whoever will help us with this review internally, that we coordinate that with Chairman Williams to get his input on that, to make sure that we are coordinated and aligned.
Absolutely. Would you have any problems with that, Mr. Steen?
Not at all, Dr. Mackey.
Okay. Hey, I think that resolves that, Mayor.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shellman, if you could give a roll call.
Yes, sir. Mr. Steen?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Nurnberg?
Yes.
Dr. Mackey?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Well, thank you. We have a motion passed there to conduct an independent review of February 2021 extreme weather event. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. At this time, before we convene to closed session, we'd like to have Ms. Shellman take us into closed session.
Yes, sir. At this time, the board, pursuant to provisions of Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, will move into executive session for consultation concerning attorney-client matters under Section 551.071, deliberations on real property under Section 551.072, prospective gifts or donations under 551.073, personnel under 551.074, security personnel or devices under 551.076, economic development negotiations under 551.087, competitive matters under 551.086, security audits and devices under 551.089, or to deliberate under Texas Government Code Section 418.183F about confidential information under the Texas Homeland Security Act. It is 3:38 p.m. At the conclusion of the executive session, the board will come back into open session and finish the remaining agenda items. Dr. Mackey, do you plan to take a break right now, or do you want to just go directly into executive session?
Why don't we meet back at 3:45?
Okay, we will do that. It is now 3:39 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Please stand by. The CPS Energy Board of Trustees is in executive session. The open meeting will resume shortly.
stand by. The CPS Energy Board of Trustees is in executive session. The open meeting will resume shortly. Please stand by. The CPS Energy Board of Trustees is in executive session. The meeting will resume shortly. Please stand by. The CPS Energy Board of Trustees is in executive session. The open meeting will resume shortly. Please stand by. The CPS Energy Board of Trustees is in executive session. The open meeting will resume shortly. Please stand by. The CPS Energy Board of Trustees is in executive session. The open meeting will resume shortly. Please stand by. The CPS Energy Board of Trustees is in executive session. The open meeting will resume shortly. Please stand by. The CPS Energy Board of Trustees is in executive session. The open meeting will resume shortly. CPS Energy Board of Trustees is returning from executive session. Please hold while we bring the trustees back to the meeting. Chair Dr. Mackey?
Yes.
The board has returned, and we have a quorum.
Okay, so we reconvene in open session. Ms. Shelman, can you bring us back in with roll call?
Sir, I cannot hear Carolyn. Can you hear her?
No, I can't either.
Okay, let's see. What about now? Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear her now.
The volume must have been down a little bit. All right, we're calling the roll just to make sure we have a quorum. I called for Mr. Steen. Are you on the phone, sir?
I'm present.
All right, Ms. Gonzalez?
Present.
Mr. Kelly?
Here.
Mayor Nierenberg?
Here.
Dr. Mackey?
Present.
Dr. Mackey, and for the benefit of the public, it is now 5:08 p.m. The board has concluded its closed session. It has returned to open session to resume the discussions on its posted agenda. During the time that they were in executive session, no matters were discussed other than those that were posted, and no votes were taken. So we're ready to proceed with the next agenda item.
At this time, we'd like to move to item number 6, short-term financial strategy. Ms. Julie Johnson.
Sir, this is Paula Gold-Williams, the President and CEO. I'd like to do the intro for this section. It's extremely important, and I'll try to make it quick. As we have reported since the beginning of the winter extreme weather event a couple of weeks ago, it has been a tremendously terrible burden on our community and for millions of Texans served by the ERCOT market. I early on reported that to get the power flowing as well as we did, we had problems with every single technology, and with the natural gas system, there were lots of problems trying to get that commodity. And we noticed immediately that the price of natural gas the index price, the commodity price shot up. Ultimately, we saw a peak personally, CPS Energy of 16,000%. I called it initially moving from a reliability crisis to a financial tsunami. And we have seen prices and bills across Texas be extreme, given in other markets to customers thousands of dollars, $10,000. I saw a customer that had a horrible $16,000 bill after the terrible experience that people had because of how cold it was and how there were power outages all across San Antonio and Texas. To now be given these costs is a tremendous burden that CPS Energy is working to use every tool in its toolbox to work through and lower. We believe that we will and always will pay legitimate charges. That's what prudent businesses do. We pay for justified and prudent charges that are reasonable. CPS Energy makes no money on purchasing fuel. We buy it, we use it, and we charge for it, and there's a zero benefit to the bottom line. What happens in fuel, it goes straight to our customer's pocket. We are accumulating costs, and currently we believe that overall the estimated charges that the gas suppliers are asking us to pay is about $800 million, and we believe net that ERCOT is asking us to pay an extra amount of $200 million, and we brought that number down significantly in terms of exposure, but we're still working on it. And that means that we are going to continue to work on bringing the price down from the approximate $1 billion to the total by really working with our legislators who are here to help us. We were fortunate to have Senator Menendez come and talk to the board about the concerns he has about the systemic issues that have occurred in the ERCOT market. We are going to pursue regulatory assistance. We're going to work with state officials and elected officials to try to figure out, can we get assistance to San Antonians and make sure that this burden does not get put on them in such an unfair manner. We're going to negotiate. We want to sit down and talk constructively with our suppliers about what has happened and how difficult this is for the average citizen to bear. And then we will use every other tool in our toolbox to work to get this cost down. We are holding these costs. We are going to manage these costs. We are going to negotiate these costs as best we can, and we are not sending out bills that include these outrageously high prices for fuel and power. That is what municipal power does. We make sure that we defend and protect our customers. But what you will hear next is part of our tools to keep our liquidity up to maintain business. We were already working really hard to help our community through the pandemic, and we haven't done a disconnect since March of last year. And we are doing well, and we managed, and we ended up pulling out a pretty good financial year. But we need to maintain our liquidity as we work to pay legitimate and justifiable charges, but we work to defend our community, and we should not pay anything that we don't go through and prudently challenge. We have to prudently challenge. That is what business is based upon. And we have to make sure that San Antonians are not victim of manipulation. But this tool that we are going to ask, an additional of $500 million, is to keep our liquidity and our operations going. But we are not rushing out to pay any illegitimate, unconscionable, or outrageous charges. That's what prudent businesses do. This is what we've been doing for San Antonio for 161 years, and this is what we will continue to do. The flexibility today granted to us to just have the capacity to keep our liquidity going is to ask for management today. We are in no way rushing to pay illegitimate charges. We will again pay fair charges, but you give us the flexibility to use our existing tools that are approved, and this one, we believe that we can manage through the process. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Julie Johnson, who is just going to talk about the capacity and liquidity that we're trying to get together to protect San Antonians.
So good afternoon, Board of Trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today.
My presentation today begins on PDF page 8 of your packet. As Paula mentioned, we've begun working through the financial implications of this extreme weather storm that we had. We'll be accumulating these costs and using all our financial tools to protect our customers from these high bills. So during my presentation today, I'll walk you through the financial tools that we have available to address the short-term liquidity needs resulting from this weather event. So the intent of our actions is to shield our customers from the immediate impact of these increased fuel costs. So moving to PDF page 9, we show you the objectives and takeaways. As I mentioned, I'll walk you through our short-term financial strategy to address liquidity. And at the end of the presentation, we'll be requesting your approval to add an additional short-term financial tool. On PDF page 10, we show the agenda, and this is very aligned with our objectives and takeaways, so I can just move on to the next slide. And so now we are on PDF page 11. So here we present our guiding pillars, and this is a slide that I know you've seen many times, but it's a reminder that we balance these pillars and our business decisions are based on a foundation of financial responsibility. So now I'm on page PDF 12. So our short-term strategy is to utilize a combination of our cash reserves and short-term financing tools to address our interim liquidity needs. And I think as we mentioned earlier, we are pursuing every avenue to reduce the high fuel cost to a reasonable and fair level. But just in an abundance of caution, we're offering different solutions to increase our liquidity and allow us the flexibility to maneuver as we execute our plan. So in the next few slides, I'll focus more on the short-term financing tools. But before I leave this slide, I would like to remind the board of a few related activities that occurred this last week. So on February 24th, Fitch placed all retail and wholesale electric utilities operating within ERCOT, including CPS Energy, on a rating watch negative. And then on February 26th, S&P placed us on credit watch with negative implications. And on the investor front, we worked with our financial advisors and bond counsel, and we disclosed this weather event to the financial community, which includes our investors. We used the best information that was available to us at the time, and so we'll be preparing supplemental disclosures as we have final costs or new developments. And just as a reminder, these disclosures are available to the public. Okay, I am on PDF page 13 now. So on this slide, we've listed the financial tools that are available to us if we choose to activate them. These are the existing financing tools that have already been approved by City Council. First, we have fully activated our flexible rate revolving note, that's also known as the FRRN, in the amount of $100 million, and that has already created additional capacity. Another option is to issue a remaining commercial paper capacity of $280 million to fund a portion of our capital plan. This would cap our commercial paper outstanding at the $700 million program limit. Then we have the option to refund up to the $700 million in commercial paper with long-term debt. And so this step number 3 would reestablish our full commercial paper capacity, which then could be used as needed to meet our short-term liquidity needs. So, of course, exercising these options would allow us to better position ourselves to just prudently maintain our cash and ensure we have liquidity available to address short-term needs. And so the financial services team stands ready to take these actions for the benefit of our customers. So on PDF page 14, we show you just a quick pro forma of what our capacity would look like if we exercise the options that we discussed on the previous slide. So on the left in green, we see that our liquidity capacity would increase $800 million if we activate our existing tools, and that consists of commercial paper and the FRRN, which already have the necessary authorizations. But on the right, also in the green, we've layered in the additional $500 million in liquidity that we're proposing today. And if approved, our available capacity would increase to $1.3 billion. So again, just with the current suspension of disconnects and the ongoing impacts of COVID, this short-term financing would help us create and maintain liquidity and flexibility as we continue to work our plan to protect our customers. Again, we don't have any immediate plans to draw on it, but this option would be available if needed. And we would continue to keep you apprised as we activate this tool. Now, with your approval, along with City Council approval, you can see that our liquidity capacity can be greatly increased. So now on PDF page 15, today we are requesting your approval to establish a short-term financing with a bank or a consortium of banks for up to $500 million. Now the term is to be determined, but would most likely be ranged between 1 to 5 years. And this additional financing tool will provide us, again, just additional liquidity if needed as we focus on protecting our customers. So approved by you, our next step is to seek City Council approval. So I will pause here for your questions before we proceed to your vote.
Do we have any board members with questions or concerns?
Chairman, this is Ron Nirenberg.
Yes, Mayor.
I don't have any further questions. I just want to reiterate, actually I won't reiterate, but Paula's statement to open this explained my question, so thank you for that, Paula.
Thank you for that for the record, Mayor. Any other concerns or questions from the board members? If not, do I hear a motion for item number 6 for short-term financial strategies up to $500 million from 1 to 5 years?
This is Trustee Kelly. I'll move.
We have a motion by Trustee Kelly. Do we have a second?
Trustee Gonzalez, second.
Okay, we have a second by Trustee Gonzalez. At this time, I have a motion by Trustee Kelly, a second by Trustee Gonzalez. If the board has any other further questions before we vote? Ms. Shellman, please conduct a roll call.
Yes. Yes, sir. Mr. Steen?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Nirenberg?
Yes.
Dr. Mackey?
Yes.
Dr. Mackey, the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, the motion passed 5-0 for short-term financial strategy. Thank you. Now, do we have any other questions? I think the next agenda is to adjournment. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I think they took the action as affirmed without the motion, Chairman, but I'll go ahead and make the motion.
We have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Trustee Kelly, I second.
Trustee Kelly, second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.